From beautiful Wrigley Field here in Chicago, it's a leadoff man on WGN Sports, getting you set for the Phillies and the Cubs. Game 4, the series finale. And welcome to the Hyundai leadoff man, along with Jim DeShays. I'm Len Casper. We're all bundled up today. It's cold, wind blowing in, and the Cubs looking to win another series.
Yeah, why not? Last night, an interesting ball game in that the Cubs were held to just 2 hits through the first 5, and then broke out in a big way. Jake Arrieta last night, really sharp. He did give up a couple runs early, but in terms of stuff, I thought it was the best we've seen from Jake all year. Punched out 7, walked 1, had good life on the fastball, real good sink on the 2-seamer. The cutter really working well, so very positive signs for Arrieta last night.
The Cubs did get behind early, as has been the case much of the season, but they were able to rally in the 6th inning. Rizzo and Zobrist with base hits. Jason Hayward, base hit to left. That made it a 1-run ball game. And then the exchange of the night was when Wilson Contreras got into the game.
Yeah, Contreras came off the bench, a big pinch double, drove in 2. The Cubs pinch hitters have been very good this year. Matt Caesar follows up with a ground ball to shortstop. Freddie Galvis has no play. A little bit reckless on the part of Contreras, but it pays off as the throw bounces off the mound, and he's able to scoot home.
That was a key insurance run because the Phillies would get a run late, 1-run ball game. Wade Davis just does what he does. That's very calmly get the final 3 outs.
Yeah, very comforting when Wade Davis takes the mound in the 9th inning. Cubs end up winning the ball game by 1 run. Cubs bullpen has been lights out over the last couple of weeks.
Cubs 15-12, a game-and-a-half lead in the division. And we will hear from their manager next. Brought to you by your local Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers. Stop by today or visit buyhyundai.com and see why at Hyundai. Better drives us. A little bit of a Sunday lineup on a Thursday. No Schwarber, no Hayward, no Zobrist, no Contreras. Let's hear from Joe Maddon.
The 2 guys still that get the least amount of rest have been Rizzo and KB. Got them off their feet the other day in the bad game, so they got out of that game for I think about 3 innings, which was good. But Addison's had his time, Baez has had his time, the catchers, the outfielders. I mean, so I kind of like it. I think the group that's out there today should provide a lot of energy. So I thought it was the right way to go. But having that guy at the end of the game, again, you're right, it permits you to juggle a little bit prior to that. Now there's going to be, hopefully we keep winning, games, and if they're close, he's going to have to pitch too many days in a row. Somebody's going to have to get a day off, going to have to do it differently. But while he's available, he makes them all better, and it makes it easier. You're right. From my perspective, how do you, go back and forth with the other guys, because Wade's at the end. It all fits. They won a game because he beat out the backside of a double play in the last inning. And I was very, very proud, and I was kind of beaming watching that whole thing unfold. He beat it out, and then they rallied. I don't know, maybe they did win. That was at the Baltimore game, I think, but they came back and tied it late because he beat out a ground ball. It's just part of his game, because that guy can run. When he really wants to get after it, he can go. I know he's playing a pretty good second base. I know the offense is way up. I'm happy for him. He was a great teammate here. I really thought I had a great relationship with him. Enjoyed him. He never made an excuse, man. He was not an excuse maker. Whenever anything went poorly, he stood tall, I thought. There's nothing, you got to like everything about him, I think. So I'm very happy for his success. Looking forward to saying hello to him.
And when we come back, we will preview the upcoming return of Starlin Castro. Phillies today, but tomorrow the New York Yankees make a rare visit to Wrigley Field. It will mark the return of Starlin Castro here to Wrigley, and the Cubs will honor him this weekend. He's off to a terrific offensive start. JD, the Yankees, after a 1-4 start, have been maybe the best team in baseball.
Yeah, the Yankees appear to be back. A big reason why, the big slugger. He's drawing comparisons to the all-time one of the great sluggers, Frank Howard. His big Aaron Judge, huge guy with all kinds of power. He's on pace to hit over 80 home runs. Wouldn't that be something? 13 already for Aaron Judge. First youngest in Major League Baseball history to hit a home run in his team's first 26 games. Castro, second best in the American League in batting average, and Chapman doing his thing, 6 out of 6 with an 0.87 ERA.
Aroldis Chapman and Adam Warren will get their World Series rings this weekend. Now down to the field, Wayne Messmer is ready to sing our national anthem.
At this time, please remain standing and join Wayne Mesmer as he honors America with our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
PHI Sports.
Cub fans heading into the new Western Gate off the park at Wrigley. And we're set for Cubs baseball on WGN Sports. The Cubs try to make it 3 out of 4 to start this 7-game homestand. Welcome to the booth. Along with Jim DeShays, I'm Len Casper, and we've got to talk pitching. The Cubs have been able to make all these comebacks lately because the bullpen has kept them in these games.
Pretty much from the start of the season until now, the bullpen's been really good. They have one little stretch, one hiccup, but they have the best bullpen ERA in the National League due to the Cubs. and over the last couple of weeks, it's a $193. Last 2 games, as we narrow our focus, 24 batters faced, just 2 hits and 1 run allowed. They've punched out 8, walked only 1.
Let's get into today's starters. It'll be Zach Eflin, who's in their rotation for Clay Buchholz. He's been terrific. He can't buy a win, however. And you see what John Lackey did against the Phillies last year.
Yeah, it'll be the Cubs' first look at the young Eflin. And Lackey last season, 2 starts against the Phillies. 7 innings each time. He allowed just 1 run combined in those 2 starts.
If you like Star Wars, this is your day. May the 4th be with you. We'll have the Phillies and the Cubs next. By Budweiser, pursuing the American dream since 1876. This Bud's for you. Honda, great deals are waiting for you now at your local Honda dealer. State Farm, here to help life go right. Xfinity, Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. Wendy's, where the quarter-pound double stack is now an option in the 4 for $4 at participating locations for a limited time. First Midwest Bank, connect with a momentum maker today. Your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer. And by Southwest Airlines, yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. And World Series champion Chicago Cubs baseball in sparkling high definition is brought to you by Xfinity. X1 from Xfinity will change the way you experience sports. Chilly afternoon here at the ballpark. The umpires are all bundled up. Dan Bellino, he knows he's got a dress warm. He's from here. Marvin Hudson, the crew chief, is at first. Toby Basner at second. And Mike Estabrook will man third. The Phillies will line up this way. Cesar Hernandez will lead it off. Aaron Altair has been terrific filling in for Howie Kendrick, who's on the DL. Odubel Herrera in center. Franco had 3 hits last night. He's heating up. Michael Saunders is in right. Tommy Joseph at first, big 3-run homer on Monday. The catcher's Cameron Rupp. Freddie Galvis, the shortstop. Zach Eflin is the pitcher.
Cubs defensively, a different look in the outfield. It's going to be Jay Almora and Caesar left to right. Caesar making his second start of the year. A very familiar look on the infield. This is Bryant, Russell, Baez, Rizzo, third to first. Miguel Montero is the catcher, and the Blue Cross Blue Shield starting pitcher for the Cubs today is the veteran right-hander John Lackey. Choose Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, the card to carry through it all. A winner last time out at Fenway Park. For the year, John has made 5 starts, 2 up, 3 down, with an ERA of 5.10. If you were a betting man, you'd say, I'm going to bet he goes 6 innings today. He's done that in each and every one of his starts so far, exactly 6 innings all 5 times he has gone to the mound.
Cubs dropping the game Monday night, but winning each of the last 2. So Lackey's had first inning issues. The Cubs pitching has had issues in the first. The Phillies have scored in the first in all 3 games to start the series. I am not a gambler. I do not bet. Would you bet on runs in the first today? I guess based on those numbers, yes.
Or you could argue that there needs to be a little regression in these numbers. And
you could.
This is the kind of day where you don't anticipate a lot of runs being scored. Well, the table setters at the top of the Philly batting order have been really good this year. That's why one of the big reasons why they've been so good in the first inning. Lackey has had his struggles first time through the batting order. Here comes strike 1. Nope. He does that 70% of the time, but a misfire there.
1-0 on Hernandez. Both teams above average in terms of runs per game. The Cubs at 507 runs per game. The Phillies at 473. Major League average currently is 4.47. One from Lackey. Hit in the air. Center fielder Albert Almora Jr. will make the catch. It is cold, and it feels colder than the 48 degrees. The wind chill 41.
It's kind of a raw, damp day. Kind of cold that gets into your bones, and it spends the whole day there, all day and night. You'll wake up tomorrow still feeling it. She won't, because she's wearing a bear hat.
Aaron Altair takes a sinker for a strike. 5 hits, 4 knocked in the set. I mentioned Howie Kendrick is on the DL. He was their opening day left fielder, but Altair has taken full advantage of his playing time with Kendrick out.
Yeah, and it hasn't been lucky either. It's been real good swings, solid contact, driving the ball. Jeez, look like they found themselves a player here in Altair.
Lackey's 1-2 swing and a miss. He got him. 2 quick outs.
These are the conditions that favor the mentally tough, because it's no fun to play on a day like today, but the guys who can move beyond that and go out and compete will find success. Or I guess I should say will have a better chance of having success.
Strike 1 on the center fielder Herrera. Oh, 2. Herrera was an all-star last season. Played in all but just 3 games. 25 years old. He's from Venezuela. He pops it up. The wind will push this one to the seats. So Lackey's last start, he pitched on a hot, windy day in Boston. Not an ideal day to pitch, but as you mentioned, this is theoretically a much better day for a starting pitcher.
Yeah, there comes a point when it's so cold that it's just miserable for everybody. I don't know that we're there yet here today, so I think it does definitely favor the pitchers. They're the ones who are going to be the most active out there. Position players will appreciate the approach of both these starting pitchers. They both work quickly, throw a lot of strikes. So less likely to have those long innings of just standing around out there. See infielders with the hands in the back pocket between pitches.
Club to right. Just foul. Herrera didn't run at first, assuming it was going to be foul, and then he took off right at the end.
John's given up 7 home runs through 5 starts.
Another 0-2. Another foul. Overcast, the lights are on, as is normally the case on days like this, even though they started at 120.
They got Herrera in swing mode. He's a guy who hits pitches all over the strike zone and beyond. See where that one was. He's still able to make contact. He did so on a pitch similar, even a pitch that was even lower and more in the ball game last night.
Everybody back with 2 strikes, straight up in the outfield. And Lackey's 1-2 is high. Franco, the cleanup man, is on deck. Just getting started. Here's pitch number 10 to Herrera, and it's hit pretty well. Almora will not be able to get it, and it rests in the vines for a double. Boy, against the teeth of that wind.
Yeah, and you saw Albert initially break in, have to retreat in a hurry, and this ball carries all the way to the wall. Heck of that bat here by Odubel Herrera. It's to be a backdoor curveball.
Well, that's some power.
Yeah, ball out away from him, and the lag in that swing reminds me a little bit of Bryce Harper.
That's a good call. Here's Franco, 3 hits, 2 knocked in last night. Slow start to the year for him, but he's batting .311 over his last 12 games.
25 home runs last year, 14 the year before in limited time. So he was first getting his feet wet at the big league level. You don't want to get your feet wet today. There was rain in the forecast, but I think we're going to dodge it, huh?
I think we're going to be all right. One and 2. Lackey's 38 years old, second year of his 2-year contract. 15th major league season.
11-8 last year. A .335 earned run average.
Time was called, so no pitch. Yeah, that kind of day. Don't put your winter gear away just yet. Going to be a lot of souvenirs today, I have a feeling, with the wind blowing in.
Yeah, a lot of balls will drift out of play. And not a lot of foul ground in this ballpark to begin with. Yeah, May needs to step it up. May has been underachieving so far. Still has time, though. Get things turned around and have a good month.
Swing and a miss. To end the Phillies first, the Cubs are coming up when we come back.
Yeah, I think there's similarities between Obi-Wan and Joe-Wan. The Zen-like approach.
Cubs Southwest starting lineup. John Jay getting the start as Kyle Schwarber is out of the lineup for just the second time. Bryant and Rizzo are in there as usual. Addison Russell cleaning up. Miguel Montero keeps moving up in the order as he's hitting .389 on the year. Almora in center. Baez at second. The pitcher Lackey. Matt Caesar getting his second start. That's ninth.
I'll check in with the fighting Phils defensively. Altair plays left. Herrera center. Michael Saunders off yesterday, back in right today. Franco, Galvis, Hernandez, Joseph third to first. Big Cameron Rupp is behind the plate. This group has been pretty solid defensively all year. A little leaky at times in this series. The big right-hander is Zach Eflin, 23 years old, 6'6", 215. He's pitched beautiful baseball through 3 starts. The pitch to contact guy. You see the good run on his two-seam fastball. That's a big weapon for him. Curve slider and a rarely used change.
Lifted foul out of play. Tim on Twitter wants to know, what year did Chewbacca win Wookiee of the year? Outside on a fastball. Eflin is from Florida. Yeah, that comebacker will end up a leadoff single for John Jay.
That batting average on balls in play against Eflin this year very low, and that's obviously been a key to his success. He doesn't strike people out. He's only punched out 11 through 19 innings. But he doesn't walk folks either. Just 3 walks issue. 3 of his starts, he has not given up any. Going back to his 2 at the minor league level. 5 starts combined, 3 of those walkless.
Bryant takes a strike. He's been in a really good stretch.
How about John Jay? My goodness. A 451 on base percentage into this ball game.
Yeah, he's playing like an everyday guy, even though he's not. Montero has done the same as the backup catcher. Good lead by Jay. The 0-1 is rolled foul.
Yeah, and a point that Joe made a lot last year, and I guess all managers do. People say, well, why don't you play him more often if he's performing so well? And the manager would argue, well, the reason why he's playing so well is because I'm choosing good spots to put him in to have success. That's a big part of this whole managerial gig. Find the right matchups.
Really scrambled to get back. Crawled back to the bag, essentially.
Cubs with 10 players with 2 or more home runs, tied for the most in Major League Baseball. 7 players with 10 or more driven in, tied for the most in MLB, and been really good in the pinch.
Gonna get him now. Well, they tempted fate, and fate won.
He had a huge lead, and that was a quick, accurate pickoff throw. Look at the quick feet by Eflin. So a little lesson learned there for the base runners. He's got a quick move to tighten up that lead.
Broken bat, base hit. Like Hernandez may have a beat on it, but it had a little English because of the broken bat, and he was unable to really even make an effort at it.
Again, good run on the 2-seam fastball, gets in on the hands, cracks the bat of Bryant, but it dies a hero.
Well, continuing the theme as Anthony Rizzo steps in. Matt in Iowa commenting, and I would edit his tweet a little, but if Chewbacca, if he walked a little more, would have been Wookiee of the Year. EWOK.
Wow. Folks are working hard. I love it.
Well, Star Wars, and I'm way out of my league on this, but that will get people excited. That is a strike. Hearing Anthony May change his walk-up music tomorrow for one of his at-bats.
Yeah.
Do you know why?
Castro's in town?
Yeah. That would be pretty cool. In honor of his former teammate. One and one on Rizzo. The pitch is low.
Had to be a little bittersweet for Starlin last year to watch the Cubs win the World Series, a team that he was a part of for so long. It's the nature of baseball. I'm going to go with more bitter than sweet, too. That's tough.
Two one is fouled back. Eflin's major league debut was last year. Did not go well. June 14th in Toronto, he gave up 9 runs in 2 2/3. Gave up 3 homers as well. He went on the DL in August and ended up having surgery on both knees. Yes, he had been dealing with chronic tendonitis. Ball is not going to carry particularly well today as Herrera gloves it for the out. 2 down. There's Addison Russell. The man who replaced Starlin Castro as the Cubs shortstop. And he drives it to right, and it's going to be down on the track. Bryant around third. He will score. So for the first time in the series, the Cubs have a first inning, first run of the game.
Russell in the cleanup spot today, and this is reminiscent of what he did on the road trip. A lot of good work the other way. And you see the ball being retrieved in right as Bryant steams around third with the first run of the game.
Thought Saunders, the way he went back on it, was going to catch it. Third hit of the inning. And it's Miguel Montero getting his second consecutive start, 10th on the year. And takes inside for ball 1. From Oviedo, Florida, just northeast of Orlando.
Top out around 95 miles an hour, but for the most part you're going to see him around 92 with movement. 2 seamers running away from the left-handed hitters.
Fly to left. Altair moving to his right. And he's got it. And the Cubs finished in the first. They get a run on 3 hits and lead 1-0.
Joe Maddon. Log on to WGNTV.com. Click on the WGN Sports Game Zone banner to connect to all the up-to-the-minute stats and information while you watch from home. Game Zone is sponsored by The Great Escape, pools, patio furniture, hot tubs, and more. Everything you need to have more fun at home this, yes, summer. Hot tub would come in handy right now.
Saunders grounds foul. Underway in the second.
Enough whining about the weather. Let's go. Play ball.
Broken bat ground ball. Baez flips to Rizzo.
Get the hands buzzing a little bit.
The Cubs are celebrating Bud Fridays in the Budweiser bleachers all season long. Tomorrow the Yanks come to town. Bud will provide Cubs t-shirts to up to the first 5,000 early arriving fans 21 and older in the Budweiser bleachers. Get here early. And for more details, Cubs.com/Fridays. Tommy Joseph fouls back.
Joseph hit 21 home runs last year, 315 big league at bats, so slugging percentage up over 500. Watch your chin. A little 0-2 reminder, don't get too comfortable, don't lean out on me, big fella.
Another one in tight. The catcher Rupp is on deck. 2-2 on the way. It's a little low.
Tommy Joseph, as I mentioned, put up pretty good numbers last year, especially in the slugging department. But with Howie Kendrick on the DL currently and the way Altair has played in the outfield, you can see Kendrick playing some first base and Joseph losing some playing time. So probably a little bit of urgency with him right now, trying to get his season pointed in the right direction. For so many years, it was Ryan Howard out there every single day. That whole group has moved on.
Sharply hit grounder to the shortstop Russell, who scoops it up and throws him out. With 2 outs, it's the catcher Rupp.
Utley's enjoyed some success with the Dodgers. Howard signed a minor league deal with the Braves, right?
Correct.
Is he up? Do you know? Is he...
I think he just started his AAA season recently.
There's Chucho Ruiz these days.
I think Seattle.
I'll take former Phillies for 600, please, Alex.
Yeah. Jason Worth, Washington. 9 games for Howard with Gwinnett, AAA affiliate of the Braves.
We saw Jimmy Rollins in spring training.
But the Giants, he got cut.
You know his status. Still trying to play, or maybe just
don't know.
Going to stay home and contemplate for a while. How about Rick Shue? What's he doing these days?
Got to be a hitting coach, right? Lackey sharp early, 1-0.
TV.com, presented by Nationwide's Jeff Vukovich. Go to jeffvuk.com or follow him on social media. Nationwide is on your side. All manner of Cub gear in the stands here today. He's been rocking a Bears jacket.
Rick Shue is the hitting coach of the Washington Nationals. What else you got? Almora takes a breaking ball for a strike.
Steve Jeltz.
Inside, 1-1. By the way, I guess the locals pronounce Eflin's hometown Oviedo, Florida, O-V-I-E-D-O. Ground ball into right.
Good work here by Almora. Ball up in the zone, gets on top. Exploits a little vacant room on the right side of the infield. Mentioned last inning that Eflin was posting a very low batting average on balls in play. It was 132 coming into this game. League average usually around 300. You know, some guys are very good at suppressing that number, but when you see it as low as his, there's certainly an element of luck there. So maybe that those BABIP gods are going to come calling here this afternoon.
Well, they have early. Cubs are hitting .667 through 6 batters. Huge series for Baez.
Trying to run one in on his knuckles.
And he bunts. How did he get a bat on it? What a barehanded play by Eflin, and a little collision at first. Wow, that was something to watch.
That was stellar is what that was. The big lanky right-hander springing off that mound to handle this bunt. That's an awfully difficult pitch to bunt. Just snaps it up with a bare hand, turns around, not really able to step into the throw, but gets rid of it in a hurry. Awkward but effective. That was a weird play all the way around as Baez looking to bunt for a base hit. Somehow gets that chin-high fastball down on the ground. Credit him with a sacrifice, but he had bigger things in mind.
Lackey fouls away. Yeah, the default there is to give the batter a sacrifice, and they did. Lackey did not bat in his last start due to the DH. Cubs lead 1-0 here in the second. The pitch. 2-1. Eflin was not drafted by the Phillies. He was a supplemental round pick of the Padres, 33rd overall, 2012. Bounce to the shortstop, Galvis. Not a great throw by Freddie, but
My goodness, getting a little yippy. Maybe he's just cold.
relive the magic of last year's historic run through the official 2016 championship season. Fly the W book, which features personal essays by Tom Ricketts, Theo Epstein, and others, as well as never before seen photos. For more info, visit Cubs.com/flythewbook. Matt Caesar pulls one to deep left. In the corner, Altair can't get it. Trotting home is Almora. It's a double for Matt, and it's 2-0.
2-out doubles are trending here at Wrigley Field this afternoon. Cubs with a pair of them, and they've driven a couple of runs. Breaking pitch. Caesar stays through that ball, leans on it, and lifts it to deep left. On many days, this ball is going to fly out of here. Not today, but good enough to get that second run home.
That's 5 hits in the first 9 batters against Eflin. Jay singled in the first and then was picked off. A swinging strike.
You know, and Eflin's reputation is that he's a pitch to contact guy. He's had success doing it, and understandable that you would emphasize that approach here today with the wind blowing in. I feel like you can get away with some mistakes up in the zone. The challenge for a pitcher, and especially a pitcher who is inexperienced, is, you know, to commit to that game plan. You start to get hit around a little bit. Most guys get a little gun shy, pitch away from contact.
It's just foul.
And the pitch away from contact is a dicey proposition against this Cubs lineup because they're so patient. They take a lot of walks.
Two, late swing and line foul. Tall and lanky, 6'6", 215. As a sign from Rupp. And the pitch almost hit him. What has become a pretty common occurrence in these last few years. Eflin, when he was a high school senior, was hitting 97 on the radar gun. Ground ball to the shortstop, Galvis. To end the inning, Cubs have scored in each of the first 2 frames, lead 2-0. It's time for the Subway third inning triple play promotion. Text Subway to 97999. Right now, 300th texter gets a $30 gift card to a Subway restaurant in the Chicagoland area. Subway restaurants, footlong of the day. John Lackey with some early run support and has kept the Phils off the board through 2, facing Galvis, Eflin, and Hernandez. Two and 0 on Galvis. 1 out of 9. The hit was a home run in the series. Two and 1. They got rained out early today in Detroit. Indians and Tigers. Three and 1.
Elvis down in the 8th hole in the batting order, but he's got a little more pop than most 8th place hitters. 20 home runs last year. I think he was in take mode there all the way on 3 and 1.
Mora battling the sun.
Whoa, baby.
Makes the catch. Sun's starting to kind of peek through the clouds. It's kind of a white sky right now.
That's that baseball white sky. Overcast, a little sun brightening things. No eye black, no sunglasses, so he has to battle. And oh, there you go. It's a game of adjustments.
Went 6 out of 23 last year. He's 0 for 6 so far this season.
When Lackey gets on a roll, he can really string the outs together quickly. He works so fast, up tempo, always on the attack.
John has allowed 1 hit. That was a 2-out double in the first to Herrera. Swing and a miss. Tough go for Eflin. He's 0 for 7 now with 6 strikeouts this year.
This Saturday, it's May 6th. First pitch will be at 6:15 as the Cubs take on the Yankees, and up to the first 10,000 early arriving fans will receive Cubs decals presented by Pepsi. For ticket information, visit Cubs.com.
Hernandez bunts. It's a good one. Montero will collect it and will not make a throw. It's an infield hit for Hernandez.
Yeah, you knew sooner or later in this series he was going to try it. He had 15 bunt base hits last year to pace Major League Baseball, and that was just a dandy. Smart play there by Montero to just take the sack. Trying to make a heroic play. They end up airmailing it into the right field corner, and Hernandez ends up on third base.
That's his 3rd bunt hit this season and his 7th infield hit. That'll get Altair in at bat with a man on and 2 down.
And if you're going to bunt for a hit with 2 outs and nobody on, you should be looking to steal second base here. Normally with 2 outs, you're thinking extra base hit, try to create a little offense. But he can turn a single into a double with his legs.
There he goes, right on cue, and the throw It's into the outfield. He doesn't see it. In fact, Hernandez was asking the second base umpire, Toby Basner, for time, not realizing the ball was out in right center.
Baez laid the glove on him and held it there too. I think Hernandez never looks back, so he has no idea where that throw is. You see Baez applying the tag.
That's a good way to look at life. Never look back, but not necessarily on a stolen base. Miguel Montero will thank him later, though.
Yeah.
Hey, you saved an error.
Saved him an error. Hernandez does not get high marks for his baseball instincts. He gets high marks for his baseball ability.
Ground ball into left. Jay picks it up. Here's the throw to the plate. It is late. So that stolen base helps the Phillies turn that hit into an RBI single for Altair, and it's now 2-1.
Yeah, more solid contact for Altair. Another hit. He's been most impressive in this series. Hernandez with that speed really helps to manufacture this run. Bunt single, stolen base, and then races around third to score the run.
See if Altair might think about running. He's not, and Herrera backs off the plate. Almora coming in. Phillies get a run on 2 hits, leave 1. Cubs lead this one 2-1. We'll see what Chris Bryant has up his sleeve.
'Cause we've been putting in the mouth.
Ryan Kelly home field facts. Well, here you go. Since 2007, the Phillies are 19-16 at Wrigley Field. .543 winning percentage, the highest for any visiting team that has played at least 10 ball games here. And Chris Bryant massages one into shallow right field. Cracked a couple of bats. He's 2 out of 2 today. Ryan Kelly, the homeloanexpert.com, by the way.
We've got our Bud fan cam coming up a little later. Hashtag Bud Fridays. You can find us on Twitter if you want to send us your Cubs selfies. Guessing Chris didn't take that shot. But he is 2 for 2. Rizzo bounces to first. Joseph to Galvis. Pitcher covered. Can't make the play. Rizzo trying to get to second. He'll get there on an error.
Well, the start of the play was really pretty. Joseph makes a nice backhanded play, quickly unloads that ball to Galvis. Slings on over to Eflin, a first baseman, probably picks that ball. A pitcher on the move, less likely to make that play. And Galvis, you know, he had a little more time to get upright and come over the top with that throw, too. He was searching for some style points there from the judges.
He was leading all National League shortstops in fielding percentage going into today. That is just his second error.
Yeah, he's a good one. A couple of suspect plays in this series.
Yeah, maybe in a little defensive slump. Well, runner at second, 1 out. Let's check in on our Lexus Run Predictor. It is brought to you by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer. Cubs above league average. Runner at second, 1 out. Finding a way to get that guy in at some point. 2 strikes on fouls to Russell. RBI double in the first. That gets by. Did he miss it? I guess not. So foul ball on Russell.
Yeah, it's interesting the way Addison reacted. It looked like he didn't think he made contact with his ball. Flinched there like he was getting ready to run.
Probably would have made it. Another 0-2 off the inside corner. The Cubs are 15-12, including 6-6 at home. Phillies 12-14. 5-10 on the road.
Phillies dropped 3 in a row in Los Angeles before coming here. Prior to that, they had a 6-game winning streak. They had leads in all 3 of their games in Los Angeles. And most notably, the 5-2 lead they got away in the 9th when the Dodgers hit back-to-back home runs.
They're traveling home after this one to play the Nationals and the Mariners. 5-game homestand. From 0-2 to 3-2, and Eflin with the inside move. Rizzo had a pretty short lead. Pitch bounced to third. Franco's got it. Looks back Rizzo and beats Russell by a step. Let's update the Lexus Run Predictor now with 2 outs. Cubs were at 48% with 1 out, but you cut that in half by adding that extra out. Roller to second. Hernandez will get Montero, and the Cubs do not score after the leadoff hit from Bryant. They lead, however, 2-1.
Wendy's, where the quarter-pound double stack is an option in the 4 for $4 at participating Wendy's for a limited time. Remember the "Where's the Beef" lady?
Where's the beef?
Clara Peller.
There's a drive to deep left. Off the bat of Franco, and it's going to go, and we're tied 2-2. First pitch of the fourth.
That's not always pretty with Franco. He takes some funky swings, but he's dangerous. As I mentioned, 25 home runs last year. Get over breaking pitch. He appeared to be ready for it. Rocked back and leaned into it. I guess he answered the question, where's the beef?
He did. Saunders 1-0. Cubs play him straight away in the outfield. Bryant way off the line at third. Lackey deals, and a fly ball right center. Almora got a good jump on it. Easy play. One out now. It's Joseph, the first baseman. First pitch by John. Swung on and missed. Reds lead the Pirates 4-2. Bottom of the 6th in Cincinnati. Nationals lead the Diamondbacks 3-0 in the 6th.
Diamondbacks with just one hit in that ball game so far. Well, Max Scherzer is pitching for the Nationals. That helps to explain that. He's punched out 8 with 6 shutout innings.
Two balls, 2 strikes.
A 2-1 ball game yesterday. The Nationals winning, so the pitchers are shutting down those 2 high-powered offenses the last couple of days.
Astros have had the upper hand on the Rangers this year. Texas 8 games out. Losers of 4 in a row, but they do have a 5-1 lead at Houston in the 3rd. Joseph just got hit by that 2-2 pitch. Ceremonial first pitch today was thrown out by former Northwestern Wildcat, checking the wind because he's a golfer. It's Luke Donald.
Deciding how much club to use for this toss home.
Next to the Players Championship next week. He spent 56 weeks of his career as the world number 1.
Yeah. Had a great career, great iron player.
White Sox crushing the Royals 4th inning 5-0 at Kansas City. A lot of day action around baseball. A's 5, Twins 3, top 7 in downtown Minneapolis. 1-2. So first to third, we mentioned the Astros, best record in baseball. How about the Twins? Currently in first in the Central.
Yeah.
And Zimmerman and Harper and Murphy.
Oh my.
That is a scary Nationals offense. Swing and a miss. Let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN. Great to have you with us from Wrigley Field. Phillies Cubs finishing up a 4-game set. Cubs have taken 2 of the first 3. We'll welcome in the New York Yankees tomorrow. The Yankees are off today. Two-two tie, 4th inning. Ground ball into center off the bat of Galvis. Joseph will hold at second.
Swinging the bat by Galvis makes him 1 out of 2 today, and Eflin with a chance to help himself. Ryan Zimmerman has really struggled the last couple of years. By all accounts, a great guy, so good to see him back and performing at such a high level. He was the Player of the Month in the National League. Who was the Pitcher of the Month?
In the National League?
Yeah, I didn't see that.
Well, Senzatello was the Rookie of the Month. I will find that for you.
That information somehow escaped me.
I had votes, or a vote. I don't remember who I voted. I voted for Kershaw, I think. called, strike 3 to end the inning.
Most months you don't even have to look at the numbers. You can just vote for Kershaw and feel pretty safe. Checking and an official Cubs MasterCard debit card only available at your local Wintrust Community Bank. Go to wintrust.com/Cubs to learn more. Member FDIC.
Players of the month: Mike Trout, American League; Ryan Zimmerman, National League. Pitchers of the month: Dallas Keuchel, AL; Ivan Nova, NL; Aaron Judge, Antonio Senzatella, Rookies of the month; and Cody Allen and Greg Holland were the relievers of the month for April.
That must be a new category.
I believe it is, yeah.
I'd say the stories of the month would probably be Judge and Thames. I guess that speaks to how good Ryan Zimmerman has been, that he was the player of the month and not Thames. Grabbed everybody's attention with all those home runs. His return from Korea.
Now Mora bounces inside the bag at third, and Franco will throw him out. Time now to see who's got momentum. Brought to you by First Midwest Bank. And look at Javi Baez, what he's done to start this series. First Midwest Bank, connect with a momentum maker today. In on the hands of Baez. 1 ball, no strikes. Swing and a miss.
And that's something he does a fair bit. And prior to this series, he was doing it a lot. That recent road trip, very positive work in this series with the Phillies, has him trending in the right direction.
Paid off the off speed that time. 3-1 with John Lackey on deck. In the air, Herrera will give way. It'll be the right fielder Saunders.
Whether the Cubs are home or on the road, guided tours of legendary Wrigley Field are available. Tours include visits in various seating areas, the press box, dugouts, as well as a chance to actually step on the field. This must-see Chicago attraction houses over 100 years of history. Book your tour at Cubs.com/tours today.
2 outs, nobody on. Lackey laces to left. Oh, one hop the wall. You better hurry. He stands at second. He's in with a double.
I guess you could add Lumbers into second after your Lackey laces to left. He saw that throw. He knew exactly how much time he had, so he decides to stay up and just tiptoes into second base. Another 2-out double. This time it comes with nobody on base. John Lackey, he put a charge in that one.
That is his 7th career double. First extra base hit this season. Let's see if Caesar can get him in with the go-ahead run. Not sure a sharply hit ball right at an outfielder will be enough to get Lackey in. It helps that there are 2 outs.
Yeah. Get a fairly aggressive secondary lead out there. Pitchers usually pretty conservative with their leads because they don't spend a lot of time on the bases. They feel comfortable getting too big of a lead.
Into left, and it's going to be caught. Diving grab by Altair, who's had a big series with the glove. Still tied at 2.
By Budweiser, still brewed the hard way. This Bud's for you.
Two tie. Phillies will bat here in the 5th inning. Aaron Altair robbing Matt Caesar of what might have been a go-ahead RBI.
If your only exposure to Major League Baseball was watching this 4-game series, and somebody said, who's the best player on either team, you might say Aaron Altair.
Yep.
Yeah.
Baez and Altair have both been really good this week. Well, they also, you know, the old adage, there are a lot of adages, axioms in the game of baseball. As Hernandez takes a strike. And one of those is you don't lose your job due to injury. Well, that one doesn't really work.
No.
There's the famous Wally Pipp story, but you know, if Chris Bryant or Anthony Rizzo goes on the DL for 10 to 15 days, they're not going to lose their job. But base hit to right. As you mentioned, Howie Kendrick may have to find another defensive position when he comes back because of what Altair has done, and here he comes. StatCast is powered by AWS. So catch probability there is a little less than 1 out of 2, and he made it. And a base hit. Stop it, Aaron. 2 on, nobody out. Well, he's got 3 A's in his name, right? Aaron Altair, but I don't think AAA is in his future.
No, I think he's pretty well on his way to establishing himself as an everyday big leaguer. Left wrist surgery last year, missed almost the entire season. Matt Stairs, the hitting coach with the Phillies, made some adjustments in his swing, set his hands a little bit lower, kind of like the Jason Hayward story, trying to relax his hands a little bit.
Close, but safe at first.
Matt.
There's Stairsy. Good to see him back here at Wrigley Field. He did some broadcasting work for the Phillies before getting back into uniform. Key moment here for Lackey in a tie ball game. Part of their order, 2 on, nobody out. Now 2-0 on Herrera.
Yeah, middle of the order with 2 guys on, and they're getting their 3rd look at John.
Get it, 2-2.
Typically a little anxiety for a hitter in an RBI situation might get him to chase. As I mentioned earlier, he might beat you too on a pitch up around his neck or down around his toes.
You referenced Franco after his home run. It's not always the prettiest look. I think you could say the same about Herrera. These 2 guys 3 and 4 in their order. And they can do some damage. Bounce to first. Rizzo thought about second, but decided just to get the sure out. So 2nd and 3rd with 1 away now, and here comes Franco, who tied the game with that home run in the 4th.
Yeah, it's one of those, risk analysis situations for a first baseman. That's going to be a very difficult double play to turn. So the advantage, of course, is if you get the force out at second, you take another guy or a guy out of scoring position. But that angle for that throw can close in a hurry. It looked to me like he didn't get a real good grip on the ball as he made the transition from the glove. So good adjustment made by Rizzo. Infield stays back. Franco kind of nodding as if to say, okay, so that's how you want to play it.
Phillies have not led today. They are trying to do that here. Hernandez at third, Altair at second, 1 out. Strikeout would be huge. Long pause at the set. And time called, so he waited as long as he could before Franco finally gave in.
Yeah, he'll go quickly this time.
Stay tuned. Our 7th inning stretch today will be conducted by Harry Carey on the video board. Brought to you by Budweiser. Still brewed the hard way. This Bud's for you. You know, Harry was not only a Cub fan, but was a Bud man as well.
He liked to dance with that fedora.
He was the mayor of Rush Street. Two strikes on Franco. The pitch knocked down by Montero.
Well, Montero went out to have a conversation with Lockie prior to that pitch, and he said, let's try changeup down and away. Don't hang it. Make sure you get it down there. And that right on right changeup, not a pitch you see often from Lockie. So they're just trying to give a different look to Franco here, third time through. Back to the slider, and that time Franco sniffed it out. Usually a few times a game you'll see Lackey drop down to a little Laredo sidearm pitch. Haven't really seen that here today.
There it is. 3-2. Pitch count building toward 90 on the afternoon as he works here in the 5th.
It's kind of funky looking, wasn't it? Because he kind of tipped his shoulders and drifted toward the third base side as if he was really going to drop down, but his arm angle didn't change that much.
He does not have to give in with the base open.
Almost like he dropped down and then straightened back up.
Runner trying to score, and Bryant did the right thing. That's a tag play, not a forced play at the plate. And I don't think he would have gotten Hernandez. So it's 3-2 Phillies. RBI ground out for Franco.
Right, and as a pitcher, you always want your guy to come home. You want him to try to cut that run off. But I'm with you. I think Chris made the right play. As he's approaching the ball, he sees the base runner again. He's going to have a tough angle to make that throw. Still early enough in the ball game where you're still thinking about, let's make sure we don't give him extra outs here and open up the potential for a real big inning.
It's a left-handed hitting Saunders who takes a strike. There's a point where you wonder if Saunders might start hitting right-handed. All of his teammates are switch hitters. So guys like Joseph and Saunders and Franco are getting a lot of heat. You guys only bat from one side?
Losers.
What's up with that?
Yeah. Saunders got a little bit of that Gary Sheffield bat head dip thing going. It was pronounced. You see it there. A little Rizzo too, huh?
Foul. After this one, we won't see the Phillies again until late August at Citizens Bank Park. Back when these clubs were old NL East rivals.
They're playing each other since 1883. If you're curious, and why would you be? But I'll let you know anyway. All time, the Cubs hold the advantage, 12-26 to 11-06.
Right, so there are 120 games over 500 against the Phillies.
Didn't the Phillies a couple years back become the first team to lose 10,000 games?
They
or something
were.
like that?
Yeah. When they started up in 1883, their name was the Philadelphia Phillies. So that is the oldest pro sports nickname. How about that?
Didn't they become the Robins for a time?
The Quakers, the Blue Jays, very briefly, unofficially.
Dodgers were the Robins.
And you talk about droughts. They start in 1883. Their first World Series championship was 1980. So while Cub fans had to wait 108 years in between World Series titles, Phillies fans had to wait 97 years for their first.
Philadelphians really not known for their patience either.
3-2 with 2 outs, tapped in front of the plate. Montero will get him. That is the 3-2 Phillies lead.
schedule. Yankees here for the weekend, and Cubs on the road to Denver for the Rockies, and then next weekend with the Cardinals in St. Louis before returning home for a nice long homestand. See your Jeep dealer today and experience the freedom that comes with legendary capability.
See how Eflin responds to a lead for the first time today. He starts in. He has pitched well without a victory.
Well, the thing that's most impressed me about Eflin here today is the fact that he did get hit around a little bit early, and it hasn't changed his approach. Talked about how that might influence a young pitcher. They start to nibble, but he has stayed on the attack. Continues to pitch to contact.
3 wins, 5 losses in 11 Major League starts last season, with a high earned run average of 5.5.
I think a couple really bad ones bloating that ERA. He had some quality moments last year as well. Complete game for his first Major League win against Atlanta. A couple complete games last year. Threw a shutout. First Philly rookie to throw a shutout since Jay Happ did it back in '09.
Grounder up the middle and a base hit. JG just keeps hitting. He's 2 for 3. Check out the variety of luxury premier options that Wrigley Field has to offer for your next client, corporate or family function, like the Budweiser patio, located in prime home run territory down the right field line. Visit Cubs.com/premier for an option that fits your needs. Bryant 2 for 2. Takes high. Phillies have 2 guys in their rotation who are on the DL. Clay Buchholz and Aaron Nola. Buchholz may or may not be back this season. Pulled into left. Good start here in the 5th.
A 3-hit day for Chris Bryant, and this time he didn't even break his bat. One to center, one to right, and now he pulls this ball through the hole on the left side. The bottom of the 5th starts as the top of the 5th did. Back-to-back singles.
So you like the let's make a deal game.
Mm-hmm.
If the Cubs get one like the Phillies did, would you take it right now or let the inning play out instead? You want door number 2?
I'm going to take what's behind the curtain. I feel like they're going to at least get the one anyway.
Hoping for a gold watch, not the mule eating a carrot. 1-1.
If that happens, do you really get to bring the mule home?
I've always wondered that. Do you get taxed for that? Does a mule go for on the open market? Back-to-back singles, Jay and Bryant setting it up for Rizzo. 1 ball, 1 strike. Eflin coming home. He missed badly. It's 2-1.
We'd love to get a ground ball here, get a double play, clean up this mess, or at least begin to clean it up. Anthony looking for something he can drive.
Popped up, third base. And it's caught in foul territory. The infield fly rule would have been in effect. And that ball landed fair. So Franco with the catch. And it brings up Russell. I'm going to sweeten the deal. Would you take what the Phillies did in the top of the fifth plus $50? Or do you still want what's behind the curtain?
I'm greedy, Monty. I still want what's behind the curtain.
Russell just got hit and the bases are loaded for Montero.
Curtain's looking a little better right now. There's that arm side run on the two-seam fastball. Gets a bit of Russell, gets a bit of Rupp.
Three on, one out. Fifth inning. Cubs trail 3-2.
Montero's been good throughout his career with the bases loaded.
Missed outside.
We'll try to get him to roll over on that sinker. Montero, I'm sure, telling himself, keep the hands inside the ball, get it airborne. That's how good he's been with the bases loaded.
Batting fifth in the lineup today. A 1-0 pitch is fouled upstairs. Two singles and a hit batter. 1-1. Fly ball center field. Herrera trying to get behind it. Jay should be able to score easily. The throw goes toward third. It's 3-3. Sac fly to tie it.
And good work there by Montero in that situation. Obviously, the double play is the last thing you want to see happen. So think middle of the diamond. Try to get the ball airborne.
Well, you made the right call. At the very least, the Cubs will have matched the Phillies in the top half. First and second, and it's Almora who singled and scored in the second. A wide one in the dirt. 1-0.
You give me $25 if I have a box of chiclets in my purse?
No, you declined the cash. Cut off by Franco. And the throw to second is in time to get Russell at the end of 5. Cubs 3, Phillies same score.
Brought to you by Meyer True Chicago Fans.
Back to even. 3-3. Lackey to Joseph. Fastball misses outside. Let's make a deal. Almora, and the ball gets past Caesar. Joseph to second. He's in, sliding safely with a double. That was weird out there. Almora gave way as Caesar ended up leaving his feet. And the Phillies have the leadoff man on yet again.
Yeah, it looked like Almora was going to have the best shot at it. The ball had a little slice spin working away from Albert. Caesar leaves his feet. See Albert there at the last pulling up.
Well, it looked like he,
it looked like he was there, didn't it?
And they both look at each other.
Caesar looking back in some surprise. Yeah.
Rupp takes ball one on a pitch that could have been a strike.
Ryan Dunsing was up in the Cub bullpen. They got into Lackey's spot in the batting order with a chance to do more damage. Probably would have hit for John, but now Dunsing getting ready in case Lackey needs a bailout here in the 6th.
Base hit center field. Joseph held at first and advances one base. And they've got him cornered with nobody out.
Here comes Joe out of the dugout. Looks like he's going to make the move here to turn Galvis around to his weaker side.
Pitching change, 3-3. We'll be right back.
Opponent batting average, that's the lowest in Major League Baseball. Their 2.81 ERA is tops in the NL. State Farm here to help life go right. First man out of the chute today is the veteran left-hander Brian Dunsing, pitching for the 9th time, sporting a 6.23 ERA for 8 2/3 innings of work.
Season number includes a 175 over the last 14 games. Phillies have runners at first and third with no outs, and it's Freddie Galvis batting right-handed. And he lines out to Rizzo. Double play. Just what Dunsing ordered. He said, hit a line shot right at my first baseman.
How about that? This is an absolute rocket as Galvis stays back in that curveball, and off the bat, he's probably thinking, there's a double in the corner. Nope, double play.
Well, they say Freeze on a liner, but Rupp's a dead duck no matter what.
Yeah, his secondary lead is taking him well out there.
That's the pitcher, Eflin. Golden opportunity for the Phillies, and now the roles have been reversed. Great chance for the Cubs to get out of this thing. Bounced foul.
Down a run, no doubt Pete Mackanin hits for his pitcher here, but in a tie ball game with a tired bullpen, he's going to let Eflin take the at bat.
Dunsing started the year on the DL. Lower back tightness. Activated April 14th. Made his Cubs debut. This should get him out of it. Matt Caesar, 2 hands on it. Dunsing claps. Still 3-3.
Summary all knotted up. 3 runs, 9 hits each. The Phillies have committed an error. Hernandez at the top of the order for the Phillies, having a nice day. Franco has homered. Chris Bryant's 3 out of 3. John Jay getting a start today. Continues to swing a hot bat, 2 for 3 with a run scored. Great deals are waiting for you now at your local Honda dealer. John Lackey today, 5 innings plus 2. 9 hits, 3 runs. They were earned. Did not walk a man, struck out 6. Eflin's line very similar in terms of hits and runs. He has not walked a man, nor has he struck anybody out. In keeping with his pitch to contact reputation.
So no starter in this series has gone more than 6 innings for either team.
Time this year, John Lackey has not pitched exactly 6 innings in a start.
Look out, Baez to quickly get out of the way. So Eflin, the only guy who has a chance as a starter to get past 6. Pitch count not in bad shape. 1-1. 1-2. First pitch tomorrow. The Yankees are coming. Michael Pineda and Kyle Hendricks. To the shortstop, Galvis. Close, but they got him.
No issue with the throw that time.
Ladies and gentlemen, pinch hitting for the Cubs, number 12, Kyle Schwarber.
Schwarber batting for Dunsing, who did his job. And Schwarber off the bench. Only the second time he hasn't started. I think pitchers, for the most part these days, understand we are in an age of defensive shifting. But on occasion, and it's usually more veteran guys than young pitchers, will grouse about a ball that gets through in an area where there are no fielders. But they tend to not remember the outs that were recorded because of the shift. I mentioned that because of the ball Baez just hit. 1-1 in the pre-shifting days. That probably is an easy hit through the 5.5 hole, but Galvis, that's where he was playing.
Mm-hmm.
1-2 on Schwarber. And he struck him out. Is that his first strikeout?
It is.
Wow. Strikeout number 1 for Eflin. How do you get to Wrigley Field? The Cubs suggest public transportation. The Cubs offer a free bike check located by the Addison Red Line station for drivers. Free remote parking and shuttle service are available night and weekend games. For information, visit the A to Z guide on Cubs.com. Caesars had 2 good at bats, RBI double in the second, lined out on a nice play by Altair in the 4th, and he bunts foul on the screen.
Caesar adept at that. We've seen him do that a few times. Today would have been a good day to take the dog sled to Wrigley.
Mush. 1-2.
The best bunters have the ability to just quiet the hands. You jab at that ball, you're going to pop it up.
It is fair. Save. Wondered if Franco might let that go, thinking it could end up foul past the bag, but he was aggressive in going after it, and it's an infield hit.
Yeah, I think the judgment you have to make there is if you think you got a shot to make a play. He thought he did, and he almost got him. Pete McCannon is contemplating a challenge, a ball right over the bag, so it's a fair ball. And he's got 1 second left, and he is going to challenge. From that angle, it looked like a foul ball, but that other angle we had, the ball appeared to be over the top of the base. I don't see anything that's going to allow them to overturn this one.
Nope.
Hey, we were talking about replay the other day, and you had good suggestions about how we could tweak it. I think with this 30-second clock where a manager has to make a decision now. Remember that game when we were kids, that time bomb? You cranked it up and you threw it back and forth? I think the manager should have that little time bomb games in his hands, and he has to make his decision before it goes off.
You are the game man. You've got all kinds of good game ideas. Still waiting for you make the call game to get off the canvas.
I'm like Ralph Cramden. A lot
All
of good
ideas.
ideas. That's not so much on the follow through.
Still waiting for a decision, which we anticipate will be safe. Gary Pressey's playing Don't Rush Me. Here's the answer.
No, no. Wow.
One last look. Oh, yeah. That ball was in the palm of the glove. He got him.
Brought to you by Bud Fridays. That's When I Get Home from Post Animal.
Justin Grimm here in the 7th.
A bit of a rough go for Justin thus far through 11 games, an ERA of 7.71.
2 strikes to Hernandez, 2 hits, 2 runs, stolen base as well. Big stolen base. And the 3rd to set up that run.
Stuff has been fine for Justin. Location has been inconsistent. He's allowed 5 home runs in 11 2/3 innings. He allowed 5 all last year.
His 2-2 is lined out into left center. Jay racing over to cut it off. Hernandez trying to make second. He's out.
Wow, what a play by Jay, and the tag by Baez. Boy, with Hernandez speed, where this ball ended up in the outfield, I thought no doubt double, but Jay hustles over, gets himself under control in a hurry, and gets off a pretty strong throw in. Then a little bit of a tricky hop for Baez to contend with, and we'll see if the Phillies challenge. I don't know if he got the right hand before the left hand got to the bag or not.
I think they've run out of time. So no challenge. Boy, did he get him?
I don't know. Javi kept reaching. I think he missed him. The fact that Javi kept reaching leads me to believe that he missed him.
I'm surprised that Pete McCann didn't pretty much immediately challenge it, or at least when time ran out said, let's just do it.
7th inning of a tie game with a potential leadoff double.
One 1-0 to Altair. I'll remember that play. Two and one. Fastball.
Averaging better than 95 miles per hour at the heater. I think one of the big keys for Grimm is to throw his curveball for a strike enough where the hitters can't disregard it and sit on the heater. And he'll get chases on his curveball out of the zone. He's got to throw it in the zone enough time so the hitters, that's at least in the back of their mind.
Full count, Herrera next. And the 3-2 is fouled away. Travel like a world champion with Cubs destinations. Packages include game tickets, hotel accommodations, ballpark tours, Cubs swag, and a private meet and greet with a current Cub. This year's lineup includes trips to St. Louis, Baltimore, San Francisco, and iconic Wrigley Field. For more info, it's Cubs.com/destinations. He walked him. Let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN. Tie game, 7th inning. The Cubs looking to win 3 out of 4 against the feisty Phils. Runner at first, Altair. He takes off for second. Swing and a miss. Throw late.
Altair wastes no time. Got a pretty good jump. And the throw from Montero was not strong and offline.
So the Phillies have a couple of shots to get that go-ahead run in as Pedro Strop cranks it up. ankles hurt watching Herrera get ready to hit. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Digs that instep into the dirt with that front leg.
Yeah, check out the angle that he sets that front foot on.
Call strike 3 for out number 2.
Poured it right through there. Just doesn't get that front foot down. He has no chance to pull the trigger on that good heater.
Mound meeting with Chris Bosio before Franco hits. Franco was knocked in 2 today. 2 RBIs last night as well.
They got a Franco, they got a Blanco.
And they had a Polanco at one point.
The same thing. They need to bring back Polanco.
Phillies out hitting the Cubs 10-9. Grimm has the sign from Montero. Inside move. Keep an eye on Altair.
He's not likely to run with 2 outs. There's some value in tightening him up a little bit. But you don't want to focus too much of your energy on the base runner in this situation. With his speed, he's going to score on just about any base hit to the outfield.
Two balls and a strike. The pitch. Line shot, foul to left. Well, that ball had some hair on it.
Yeah, it made a loud noise. Out in front of it a little bit. It's got some hook spin. A loud strike, but an impressive swing of the bat. Just a little bit of a lazier curveball that time from Grimm.
Toward the hole. Russell sets, throws late. But Altair doesn't advance at all. Probably smartly so, because Russell may have thought of throwing to third instead.
Yeah, that would have been the play had Altair tried to go to third base there. That was the one out you had a real legitimate shot at. You see Anthony coming off the bag in anticipation of this throw, knowing they're not going to get their guy, so he's making sure he's in position to knock that ball down.
So an infield hit. And Ball one to Saunders. One brief editorial, if I may. If you are a fan and you're at the ballpark and a guy hits a ball about 115 miles an hour, you are welcome to go after that ball. But if you're going to do this, man, you better catch it, because the people behind you are in danger. So be careful. That diving attempt is probably not the best maneuver.
Yeah, well, the worst is the guy who stands up as if he's going to make the play and then bails at the last minute.
Very, very good point.
The guy behind him takes one in the forehead.
3-0 on Saunders, and he takes ball 4 to load the bases. It's been a weird inning for Justin. Single. Hernandez thrown out trying to stretch it into 2. Walk, steal. Called strikeout. Infield hit, now a walk. And Joe's going to make a change. So a 3-3 tie and a pitching change, and we'll be right back here in the 7th. Trying to help Justin Grimm get out of this inning. Facing Tommy Joseph. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Pitch, it's a strike. Fastball at 95.
Yeah, boy, passive approach there by Joseph, taking that first pitch heater, and a good job by Strop getting the jump. Gives him a little wiggle room. Work that slider off the outside corner and see if he can get some chases. Or he can just throw another heater right through there.
Is inside.
.95 with run. Stroke feeling frisky here this afternoon.
Swing and a miss. Inning over. It's time for the 7th inning stretch, and it's brought to you by Budweiser.
Please direct your attention to the outfield video boards.
All right. Let me hear you. Good and loud. On 1, on 2, on 3. Take me out to the ball game.
take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I ever get back. Oh, it's root for the Cubbies. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes around at the old ball game.
Zach Eflin, the only of 8 starting pitchers in this series to take the ball for the 7th inning. John Jay with a huge defensive play, nailing Cesar Hernandez on the top of this inning. And he's also 2 for 3 at the plate with a run. Fouls back, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Eflin to this point in the ball game giving Pete Mackanin exactly what he needed, quality innings. There is action in the pen. Neshek and Rodriguez.
Left center on the move is Herrera. He makes the chest high grab. Time now for the Giga Time high speed moments powered by Xfinity. Chris Bryant is 3 for 3 today.
Yeah, a little crack bat flare into shallow left center and then just nudges one through the right side of the infield. And then hits this ball sharply into left. 3 out of 3 for Bryant. This is average up to 318, on base 411.
Giga Time high speed replay is powered by Xfinity, the future of awesome. Old foul. Look out, Gary Jones. Ball hit the corner of the brick wall. Hi, Joe Posback. Eflin's 1-1 is inside.
Cannon's showing a lot of faith in his young right-hander. You can see the Cubs top of the order for the 4th time in this tie ball game. His first start, he went 5 innings, allowed 1 earned run. His last 2 starts, he's pitched 7 innings each time. 3 no decisions, and the Phillies have won all 3 of his starts.
Ground ball backhanded by Hernandez. Quick throw, and he got him. He got rid of it in a hurry.
Pretty play. Bryant really busting it down the line. Gets a good break out of the box, gets up to full speed in a hurry. A real nice play by the young second baseman.
Rizzo takes a hack and fouls it off the mask of the catcher Rupp.
MLB.TV Premium is back and better than ever. Watch every out-of-market regular season game live on over 400 supported devices. Plus, get a free subscription to At-Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details.
High drive to right and caught. Wind knocked it down. Cubs go down 1-2-3 in the 7th. 3-3 our score. The game is John Jay. He's done it all today, hasn't he?
Yeah, he sure has. He's done a nice job all season long thus far. Both at the plate and in the field, couple of knocks, and boy, a big play here. The hustle to cut this ball off. Speedy Hernandez running the bases, gets it quickly back in. Baez applies the tag. Phillies opt not to challenge. Huge out recorded.
Wrap your hands around the original Italian beef of the Chicago Cubs at one of the 19 Bona locations. Carl Edwards Jr., 4th man out of the bullpen. He's been dealing.
12 innings, just 2 hits, no runs allowed, 4 walks, 15 strikeouts, 2 scoreless here on Tuesday. This is his 2nd appearance in this series.
Rupp drives it deep the other way, and it's gone. And it's the first run allowed by Carl this season. 4-3 Phillies.
That big man is awfully strong. He had 16 long balls last year. This is number 2 this season. Fastball right over the heart of the plate.
He kept it low. Rizzo's fly ball for the final out of the 7th might have hit the scoreboard on a warm summer day, but it died in the wind. Rupp kept his low and got it out. One strike to Galvis. Well, these Phillies have battled hard this week. Jumped all over the Cubs Monday. Cubs blew them out Tuesday, but they had a lead early, and then close game last night. And another one-run ball game so far today. Bryant playing in. He'll get Galvis. Got a pinch hitter now, Brock Stassi, for Eflin, who could get a win. And for the first time in this series, JD, the Phillies bullpen will try to preserve a small lead late, and that has been a real issue.
Yeah, we'll see how Pete Buchanan tries to finish this ball game off.
Swing and a miss. 0-2. In the air to center, it's Almora, 2 down. Ball, no strikes. Edwards with a 1-1. It's low. Even with that home run, Edwards' ERA is 0.71. That's how good he's been. Now it's full 3-2.
They had that one game earlier in the year against the Dodgers where came in, issued a couple of walks, didn't retire any hitters. Other than that, he's been pretty much locked in.
Fourth hit of the day for Cesar Hernandez. Again, he's probably thinking about stealing second now with Altair coming up. Top 2 guys have done a lot of damage today. That's been the case for their team all year. Top 2 spots have been terrific.
Very productive. I think he would be going sooner rather than later. As in this pitch, I think would be the time to go if you're the Phils. quite have the big lead that he had earlier, though.
One offering could not hold up.
Mickey Morandini, the first base coach for the Phillies, and Hernandez ear down there at first. Hernandez was picked off first base in the ball game last night.
Phillies now have 13 hits. Thought he had the curve, couldn't get the call. 2-2.
Montero gave him a nice look at it too. Gambolino, the home plate umpire, deemed this one to be a little low, perhaps a little outside.
36,000 plus unpaid umpires thought otherwise. That is a strike. And the Phillies are finished in the 8th, but Rupp hit the first pitch over the wall and right, and it's now 4-3 for the visitors. Down Chicago. Cubs here until Sunday night. Yankees come in tomorrow afternoon. They're trying to come back here in the late innings, trailing 4-3. 2 changes for the Phillies. Joaquin Benoit now pitching. Brock Stassi stays in after pinch hitting, and he plays first.
Benoit, 39 years of age now. Saw him for an inning last night. Did not allow any hits or runs, but walked a couple.
To Russell. It's 2-0.
Phillies bullpen has yielded a 4.57 earned run average, and they've given up a major league high 20 home runs.
Three and 0. Montero and then Almora.
This is usually a go situation for Cub hitters, but down 1 in the 8th, maybe taking all the way here.
.94 and a strike. Russell steps out, gathers his thoughts, now back in the box. Deep breath by Benoit, and his 3-2 is foul. Outfield straight away, fairly deep. Infield back. Wind continues to blow in. As left-hander Mike Montgomery gets loose in the Cubs bullpen. The relievers are pretty happy today. They're indoors. It is very cold.
Different feel, isn't it, for them?
Swing and a miss. So Benoit comes all the way back after a 3-0 start and then strikes out Russell.
Yeah. Fooled him with the slider for a lot of good heaters. The off-speed nature of that pitch more than anything. Didn't really have that great movement or action. It was up a little bit, but after 96, caught Russell out in front a little bit.
See what Montero can do. 0-1. Benoit has not given up a run in his last 7 outings. And a fly ball deep to center. Back at the wall, and it's gone. We're tied again. Into the basket for Montero.
Boy, what a lift he has provided. Cracks a smile as he rounds third base. First home run as an American citizen for Miguel Montero.
He looks like he might be hurt. Very cautiously running around the bases.
Got a heater down the middle, and he went straight away center field with it. Pushing hard there just in case he stayed in the ballpark. Yeah, something took a bite out of him.
Something grabbed him. I hope he's all right. A couple of scoreless streaks have ended. Edwards and now Benoit. So the Phillies pen gives up another home run. Oh, 2 on Almora.
Let's take a look at the Southwest Airlines. How far did it fly? The distance of that home run from Miguel Montero, 396 game-tying feet. Go to WGNTV.com/contest for a chance to win round-trip travel for 2 on Southwest Airlines. Second RBI for Montero today. Had the sac fly back in the 5th. It's the second time today he has tied the ball game. Pain to go along with the pleasure of hitting the game-tying home run.
The good thing is it's not going to rob him of his speed. Look out! That goes flying over the dugout, helicoptering into the stands, and I think it hit the back of an empty chair, fortunately, and that gentleman ended up with it.
I was loving the guy rises out of the seats with the bat held high, and the fans respond. It's like Excalibur. And that's scary. Looks like everybody came out of that okay.
Shot to right. It's Saunders for the out. Starters will get NDs.
Well, with the game now being tied, Maddon rings down to the bullpen and says, "Get my closer up." Or I guess more accurately, has Chris Bosio ring down to the bullpen. A good changeup. Benoit's always featured that pitch. First came to the big leagues, did Benoit with the Rangers back in 2001.
Ready for a 2-strike pitch. Emergency swing. Baez still alive for now. Ben Zobrist is on deck. He's a pinch hitter. Dave for the catchers. Rupp. Go ahead homer, top of the inning. Montero tying it here in the bottom of the 8th. Ready to work again, and it's high, and it's 2-2.
Scoreboard looks like binary code. No crooked numbers up there, all zeros and ones.
Well, we have not seen a multi-run half inning yet.
Runs contrary to the Big Bang Theory of baseball that says the winning team will score more runs in one inning than the losing team will score in the entire game. That's why you don't play for one run early in the ball game.
Two strikeouts for Benoit, but he also gave up a home run to Miguel Montero. Off to a great start, and we head to the ninth in a 4-4 deadlock.
'Cause we've been putting in the mouth. We only taking what was ours.
Of the game, Miguel Montero, 100.6 off the bat, 396 feet to tie it up. Ford inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. Again, we hope Miguel is okay. New battery, Wade Davis and Wilson Contreras.
Davis on for the 14th time. He's picked up a couple of wins along the way, 7 out of 7 in saves. Obviously not a save opportunity. It's a tie ball game. Working for the third consecutive day.
All these scoreless streaks getting snapped. Edwards, Benoit, Davis comes in having not allowed a run back to last year in his last 19 and a third innings. Late swing by Herrera.
The first time this year Davis has worked on 3 consecutive days. He's been so efficient though. He manages to get outs, keep the pitch count down. Faced 4 batters yesterday. No hits, a walk, a couple of punch outs.
From Florida, but doesn't mind pitching with short sleeves in the cold weather. 2 balls and a strike. Lackey, Dunsing, Grimm, Strop, Edwards, and now Davis. Swing and a miss, 2-2.
Big old leg kick by Herrera.
Soft liner caught by Russell. 1 out here in the ninth.
And he looked like a defensive back dropping back in coverage there.
Neris on the right, Gomez on the left.
Davis has faced 45 batters so far this year. He's allowed 4 hits and 3 walks.
Ground ball. Russell has it. He's got time. 2 outs. While it's cold, it is good to see more green on the walls than we did when we got back home Monday night. It's happening quickly. The ivy has arrived.
Cover that ivy in blankets tonight.
Swing and a miss by Saunders.
Ding dong, Uncle Charlie in the house.
Ball and 2 strikes. The pitch. In and out of the glove of Contreras.
What makes Davis so tough? The quality of his stuff and the command of his stuff. A complete package. Cutter just misses the inside corner. See if he goes back to that curveball. Heater away. Daniel Nava on deck. Saunders has power. Tie game in the ninth. You got to respect that. Pitch away from damage. Get down and away heater. Cutter in.
A 4. Daniel Nava. A pinch hit for Benoit. One start in the series, that was last night. He went 0 for 3 with a walk, a steal, and a run. Two out base runner Saunders, and the pitch to Nava. This is low and in.
Nava switch hitter, better from this side. 275 lifetime as a left-handed batter. 218 from the other side of the plate.
Missed again. Two and nothing on Nava. Bottom of the ninth. Cubs will have a pinch hitter, Matt Caesar, and John Jay due. Davis with a 2-1. Bounce to Rizzo. He knocks it down. Davis has to cover. They got him. Good job by Davis to not give up on that play. Cubs will try to win it when we come back. To win it here in the bottom of the ninth, they face 29-year-old right-hander Genmar Gomez. He saved 37 last year for the Phillies in 70 appearances and went into the season as their closer, but it has not gone well. And he very quickly lost his job in the ninth inning. He's pitching in the ninth today, but in a tie ball game.
Yeah, I think obviously the slow start this year, coupled with the subpar second half last year, caused the demotion for Gomez. Was really good for a good chunk of last season, but posted an 8 ERA second half of the season.
So he had the job, the closer role, for 6 games this season. Ben Zobrist off the bench takes a strike.
Change up, sinker slider change up for Gomez. Not the prototypical high leverage late inning guy. Doesn't throw hard.
Zobrist lines into right, base hit. Winning run is on with nobody out. Now Joe could have double switched with Contreras, but he knew he had Zobrist in his back pocket to bat for Davis to lead off this inning. So Contreras is in Montero's spot in the batting order. Here's Matt Caesar.
Yeah, when you have a switch hitter available to lead off the inning, you create a little bit of a matchup problem for the other manager. He knows no matter who he brings into the game, you're going to have the platoon advantage.
Matt is 1 for 3. He could easily be 3 for 3.
It's been a good come from behind team, and they've been good in the ninth. Joe Maddon does not like the sacrifice, but Gomez, being a ground ball type pitcher, may be influencing his thinking here.
A 4-4 tie, 9th inning. Zobrist inches off first. Bronco in at third. There's the bunt. Gomez will pick it up and he'll get the out at first.
Yeah, and the guy stepping up to home plate, another reason why I'm sure Joe was willing to give up an out there to move Zobrist into scoring position. With the at-bats that Jay has had today, been very good. He's got Bryant on deck.
Runner at second, 1 out. Gomez to Jay, ball 1. Don't forget Brian Dunsing getting out of the 6th inning, 1st and 3rd. Nobody out when he took over. Galvis lined into a double play. And he got the pitcher to fly out. Don't forget John Jay's defensive play in the 7th. To get Hernandez at second. One pitch. Now 2-1. Don't forget JD's decision to not take the cash, to go for what was behind the curtain in the 5th. Blocked by Rupp. 3-1.
Let's make a deal. We're going to put him on.
So Jay given first base. Now Bryant.
Yeah, well, you know, Phillies backed into a corner here. No easy decision for Pete Buchanan, but this sets up a double play if you can get Bryant to hit it on the ground. He's done that 4 times today.
Here we go. The pitch to Bryant. walks him off. 1-0. 36,394 the paid crowd on this chilly May afternoon.
Two smart base runners on the base pass, and Zobrist and Jay. Been watching Zobrist getting an aggressive secondary lead. Likewise with Jay, he's got to make sure he can put a little pressure on middle infielder if they're trying to turn a double play. Not want Chris to get extended. Everything is in.
Reds beat the Pirates today 4-2. They're back to 500. Nationals same score 4-2, a final over the Diamondbacks. White Sox beat the Royals 8-3. A's over the Twins 8-5. All finals. 2-1 on Bryant. Now Gomez steps off.
3 runs for the Royals. That's a breakout game for them. Having a heck of a time scoring runs.
They dropped to 9-18 with a loss. Two and two. Way out in front that time.
There's that good changeup.
Zobrist picked off. Wow.
Wow, he's right.
Two outs.
Second Cub base runner picked off in the ball game today. They got John Jay earlier. This is a great pickoff move by Gomez.
Fernandez was holding him almost like a first baseman.
Yeah, he was. He kind of snuck in behind him. And I don't think Ben ever saw him.
So Jay now the winning run at first. 2-2 to Bryant. And a base hit to left. And we will never know what would have happened. But here's Rizzo, first and second, 2 outs, a 4-hit day for Bryant.
We'll get a pitch up a little bit from Gomez, line it into left field, and keep the line moving, give Anthony a chance to be a hero. It's been a tough day for Rizzo so far. Nothing out of 4.
Jay in scoring position. Get a huge lead here as they're tilting the field to the right against Rizzo. Back to the pitcher, and we will go to extra innings. 4-4 to the 10th.
See the line score. We head to the 10th, tied 4-4. And Zobrist is going to stay in the ball game, play left field. And the new chunker is the lefty Mike Montgomery. And he'll be in the first spot in the batting order. John Jay out of the ball game. Mike on for the 11th time. He's 0-2 with a 1.50 ERA. (18 innings, 14 hits, 11 walks. So he's pitched around a fair number of base runners.
Low for ball one. Zobrist makes the catch. 1 out. Ball one to Galvis. Going outside. So extra innings. Cubs are 1-1. Phillies 2-1. Going beyond regulation. Here's a 2-1 ground ball, backhanded by Russell. Quick exchange from glove to hand, got rid of it and gets him.
He goes into the hole. Well, he goes both ways about as well as anybody. The throw is true, the out recorded. Pretty play.
Stassi came on to pinch hit in the 8th. He's now playing first. Two balls, 2 strikes. Contreras quickly on it. Ooh, did he get his foot on there? He did. Contreras with a fastball to Rizzo, inning over. Phillies and Cubs, 4-4, bottom of the 10th. Play it, JD.
Come on, baby, don't you wanna go? Come on, baby,
Addison Russell will lead it off against Janmar Gomez. Takes a pitch off the inside corner.
Altair very deep in left. Go guarding the line at third. Don't want to give up that leadoff double.
Two and one. Well, I remember a walk-off 3-run homer off Neftali Feliz, April 19th here at Wrigley. Cubs winning 7-4. 2-2. And it was a no-doubter.
Two home runs this year. He's about due. Change up or an elevated sinker, maybe do some damage.
Bounding ball to the shortstop, Galvis.
Hey, do you know what that play Contreras made at the end of the last inning was on this Star Wars day?
Yeah, what was it?
Well, it was a catcher to first base put out. So you might say it was a C3PO.
I like.
That was the work of Bob Vorwald and the boys in the truck. That was not my own creation. I don't want to take credit.
Fastball in there on Contreras. Yeah, he gave Rizzo the happy feet as he was about 50 feet away and threw it as hard as he could.
Yeah, you probably should take a little off. I mean, that's I think he likes to show off that arm, and it's very impressive. I'm afraid one of these times it's going to burn him. Use it when you need it, save it when you don't.
One and two. As Joe said last night, he plays like his hair's on fire. And some sort of analogy about instead of burning down the building, maybe just a burning bush.
Yeah, I said instead of the full-on forest fire, maybe
Right.
a burning bush would be
There you go.
the temperature that he wants him to play at.
Swing and a miss, strike three.
He was getting high marks for his hustle in scoring that run, but actually it was a base running mistake that he got away with. And I think that's the point Joe was trying to make. But I'd rather have that than a guy that plays tentatively. I want to upset the English teachers.
Almora, ball one.
Any more than I already have.
2 outs, bases clear, 10th inning. Pitch to Almora, look out. Breaking ball got away from Gomez. Tip. 2-1.
Gomez first came up with the Indians. They used him both a starter and a reliever. Spent some time with the Pirates. He's considered a valuable swing man. Guy could give you multiple innings out of the bullpen, make an occasional start for you, and then as he continued to improve, his status elevated. As we mentioned, the Phillies used him as a closer last year.
Broken bat, one hopper to the shortstop. That'll take us to the 11th. 4-4. Still tied 4-4.
Top of the order for the Phils. Hernandez, their leadoff man's having a heck of a day. He's got 4 knocks. That batting average up to 342.
Shows bunt and takes a strike on the outside edge. Barehanded play, Baez got him. Good play by Rizzo too. Baez wasn't far away when he made that throw.
Yeah, Anthony normally is going to get after that ball, but he sees that it's either going to be Baez or Montgomery, so he retreats to cover the base. Baez so good at coming full speed and yet staying under control.
Ball one on Aaron Altair. 2 hits, 3 reaches, an RBI, and a steal. As Montgomery fires, just missed the corner. changeup. 2-1. Mike got his first career save in Game 7 of last year's World Series. He was just trying to get the game over with, and it eventually later dawned on him how cool that was, that it was his first ever save. Three and two now on Altair.
Yeah, you know, the narrative of that 7-game World Series, all the dramatics, the back and forth nature of it, the come from behind by the Cubs, and Montgomery being out there to finish it off. One of those great footnotes, you know, and oh, by the way.
And I'll tell you another thing that was kind of interesting about it. And we know how important Aroldis Chapman was, but remember, the Cubs acquired Montgomery before Chapman, and at the time we wondered, is that going to be their big bullpen acquisition? And they went out and got Chapman to be their closer, and it ended up being Montgomery closing Game 7. You just never know.
Yeah, and I think the other part of the Montgomery acquisition was, you know, a young, controllable arm that could ultimately move into the rotation. That was certainly in the works this spring. The Cubs opted to go in a different direction, using Anderson as the 5th starter and Montgomery out of the pen.
Check on the base runner.
Three and 2/3 innings of relief for Montgomery on Monday, coming in behind Anderson.
Ground ball deflects off the glove of Montgomery, and the throw from Russell gets past Baez. And they're at first and third. If Mike doesn't touch that ball, I think that's a 6-4-3 inning ender.
Yeah, that's a double play ball for sure. Just a reactive play by Montgomery, throws his glove out there, because if he catches it, it's a 1-4-3 or a 1-6-3 double play, and a heck of a try by Russell. Ruled a base hit and then a throwing error, allowing Altair to go to third. That's an unfortunate break.
Outside on Franco. They'll play for the double play on the infield. One-0 pitch. 2-0. Contreras will head out to the mound. Tight spot here for the Cubs in a 4-4 tie, as the Phillies are threatening.
Yeah, and the way Contreras set up for that last pitch, it looked like they were in pitch around mode for Franco, and that may be why the visit to the mound, just to communicate exactly what the plan is, whatever direction he's getting from the dugout. Clearly seems to be the case. Just don't want to give Franco a chance here, and that man on third base.
So he will get the intentional walk. And we'll bring up Saunders, so a lefty-lefty matchup with the bases loaded. Before that happens, Chris Bosio will come out and give some advice.
And Joe was kind of laying out his strategy to Boz before he went out there. He wants to make sure that everybody in the infield knows exactly what they're supposed to do with the ball here, where he wants them positioned.
So they haven't hit a ball out of the infield this inning, but they have the bases loaded with one away. And it'll be Montgomery against Saunders. In a battle of former Mariners. Ball one. Not teammates with Seattle. Saunders had left by then. And Mike made his big league debut. 2-0. Mariners traded Saunders to Toronto for Jay Happ in summer of 2014. Swing and a miss, 2-1. Back in at 2-2.
Pitcher's spot is next. It's Andres Blanco out on deck.
Called strike 3. Oh, is that big?
Saunders wouldn't chase the curveball down earlier in the at-bat. This time Montgomery finds the zone, locks him up, catches the inside corner. A huge strikeout.
Switch batting Andres Blanco will hit from the right side. Bases loaded, 2 outs. 0-1. These two teams have combined so far to strand 19 batters and have gone a collective 4 out of 23 with men in scoring position. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Long look by Montgomery. The pitch. Swing and a foul.
Franco doesn't have the look of a guy who has a lot of confidence in his chances right here, does he? Kind of shaking his head. It appears to be in chase mode.
How did he make contact with that pitch? Looked like it was going to hit him. Good thing he swung at it.
Yeah, like the one Herrera hit last night. You brought up that new stat, contact probability. It's the likelihood that pitch is going to be hit. Way out, a little bit easier to lay off that one. I think that, the elevated, maybe up about shoulder high, in a little bit. You might get the chase. That was just to show him something different.
One, two. Popped up on the infield. Baez has it. Montgomery escapes. Bottom of the 11th as they try to win it again. Baez will lead it off. The 11th, Baez, Zobrist, and Caesar are due against left-hander Joely Rodriguez. Only the fourth pitcher used by the Phils today. This is his third appearance in the series. Charged with a blown save last night. And a run allowed. As he faces Baez. Sack bunt for Javi in the second. He has flied to right, grounded to short, and struck out.
Playing deep at third base. I think he was thinking right side of the infield there, though. Franco back at third, only one man on the right side. The bunt to either side is an option. swinging it now.
Mentioned earlier the positioning of the Phillies against Baez, who might have had a single normally, but Galvis is playing in the hole. There is no hole between short and third. One and two. It did not hit him. He was almost too good at avoiding the ball there. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. That'll bring up Zobrist, who will bat right-handed. Pinch hit single in the ninth, got picked off second. He's now playing left. Both teams with a home run in the eighth. We haven't seen a run since. Rupp and Montero, the catcher's homering. 2-1. Very raw day here at Wrigley. Temperatures in the 40s. Wind coming in off the lake.
Despite the tough conditions, got 26 hits in this ball game.
Bounce to third. Scoop by Bronco, and he gets it.
Rodriguez, the fourth Philly pitcher to work in this game. The Cubs have used 7.
Productive day for Caesar in just his second start of the year. And he lines out to Hernandez, and that'll take us into the 12th inning. It's the Cubs 4 and the Phillies 4. number 12. Mike Montgomery, as JD mentioned, over 3 innings out of the bullpen Monday, and he's had to work hard in a couple of extra innings here today. What a valuable guy to have.
Yeah, and I think that was part of the reasoning when they were putting things together in spring training. The fact that he could give you extended work out of the bullpen, pitch in late inning high leverage situations. Good against both left and right-handed batters.
Rupp 2 hits, including the go-ahead homer in the 8th.
The play at the plate the other night, Anthony Rizzo trying to score. It ended up being a tag play. As the throw was coming home and Anthony was coming home, I had visions of the Adams family. Remember when Gomez used to crash the trains, the electric trains?
Right.
2 big humanoids there. Thought there might be a big collision at home plate.
The stuff that sticks in your brain. Three and two. Hey, Eddie Munster was here the other day.
I meant to ask Joe about that, how it went.
Butch Patrick?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Joe has an autographed photo on his desk. Three-two chopper. Left side. Montgomery will throw late. Rupp beats it out for an infield single.
In football, they would call that a slow developing play. Just a little high chopper. Bryant's charging. Montgomery drifting over. Rupp able to beat it. Yeah, infield hit already in this series, didn't he? He's pretty good for a big man.
Yes, it's his second infield hit in the series. All one to Galvis. Driven out into right center. Caesar has it. Rupp back to first. That ball was hit hard. So the little 50-footer's a hit, and the line shot the other way is an out. That's baseball. Stassi 0 for 2 since entering the game in the 8th. Line caught by Bryant. Throw to first. Double play. And the Phillies are done in the 12th. It's 4-4. Up-to-date box score. Chris Bryant has 4 hits. He's due up second here in the 12th. Jason Hayward will pinch hit and lead it off.
Right about now, Joe Maddon probably wondering, oh, where could Travis Wood be? The kind of game he would have found a way to get Wood involved. Hayward, the last available position player, will take the at-bat here. Joe's down to 2 relief pitchers, Rondon and Uehara.
Lefty Rodriguez to Hayward. Low. Maybe a bit outside. 1-0. Pinch hitting, not something he's had to do a lot in his major league career because he's been really an everyday player. The 2-0 is in there for a strike.
Yeah, and the everyday players, they're the ones that are always the first to tip the cap to the bench guys that are capable of producing off the bench. You realize what a difficult job that is.
That's a leadoff walk. I believe they did a study a few years ago about leadoff walks versus leadoff hits. Whether the leadoff walk was somehow more damaging. I seem to recall they determined that it didn't really make a difference how you reached, but it feels like the leadoff walk feels worse for the defense.
Yeah, because the thinking is that he didn't earn it. Put him on.
Bryant fouls as his bat goes flying to the edge of the screen.
Walker Hayward, just the second walk issued by Phillies pitching here today.
On that first pitch, Hayward's first move was back to the bag as Rodriguez went to the plate. And he just did it again. 1-1. So still trying to size him up over there.
Number of folks have left the ballpark, but those that remain are really into this ball game. A cascade of boos for Rodriguez with the throw to first. Rodriguez really wanted that one.
Stands high in the set. 3-1. Back-to-back walks. Winning run at second with nobody out. The Cubs with a couple of walk-off wins here at Wrigley. The home opener against the Dodgers. Rizzo off Kenley Jansen. That was April the 10th. First game of that homestand, and then the final game of the opening homestand. Walk-off 3-run homer, Addison Russell to beat Milwaukee.
It's been a tough day for Anthony, 0 for 5. Great chance at redemption here, and he's ready to go, man. He's in the box, waiting for this meeting to break up. Now let's get it on.
Bob McClure is their pitching coach. Guy's got dance moves like you, JD.
He's pretty solid, I gotta say. There you go.
No, you're more like the other guy. You kind of keep it low key. Hayward second, Bryant first. Both reached on walks. And outside for a ball to Rizzo.
I can understand Rodriguez being a little tentative to Bryant once he fell behind. But sooner or later, you're going to have to challenge.
The WGN News immediately following the game. Stay tuned. Bounce back to the mound, knocked down by Rodriguez. That could be huge. Instead of getting the lead runner, he can only get Rizzo. So he gets it out, but not the way he wanted to, and he's frustrated. Second and third, Russell coming up.
Well, I'm sure in his mind he was thinking two.
And that's where fielding percentage does not tell any of the story, right? I mean, that basically is an error, even though they got an out. Should have been an easy out at third.
They're going to put Russell on.
So the third walk of the inning. And it's Wilson Contreras.
We're going to go to a 5-man infield here, it looks like. Ty Kelly entering the ball game. Michael Saunders trotting off the field.
Mid-inning defensive change, and I think Kelly will still be considered the right fielder, even though he's going to play the infield here. And they're going to put him right in the middle near second. Altair out in left center. That's Herrera in right center, both shallow. Good speed at third, and Hayward on a tag play. 5-man infield. Here we go. Ground ball. Flip to second, relay to first, double play. That's going to go 6-9-3 as Kelly, the right fielder, made the turn to the 13th. Of alignment, they were able to turn two, and Koji Uehara will get ready for the 13th, but we probably should go back at some point here and look at this double play. And the reason I think that's huge with Kelly coming in as the 5th infielder, JD, is if you have the infield in, that 6-4-3 is not nearly as easy to turn.
Right, and that way the middle infielders can hold their position and not have to cheat. And the instructions, I'm sure, were, you know, if you got a chance to turn two, go ahead and turn. Otherwise, come home. So a good read by Galvis and Kelly right there to be the pivot man, and he would have been there for Hernandez had the ball been hit on the right side of the infield as well.
So the old 6-9-3 double play.
Crazy, crazy ball game.
Top of the order. Ball one on Hernandez. He has 4 hits. Singled in 4 consecutive plate appearances, 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 8th.
Uehara worked a scoreless inning last night.
More changes.
This is the 3rd time this year Koji has worked on back-to-back days. The first 2 times it did not go well for him. Both of those occasions, he allowed 3 runs, 2 earned, without recording an out.
Hayward on the move. He's got it. Just in to play defense after pinch hitting. High fly, left field. Baez over foul ground. He Could have had lunch as he was waiting. Boy, he had a great beat on that. 2 quick outs. Strike on Herrera. Nothing in 2.
Early arriving fans could knock out 3 meals at the ballpark today. A late breakfast, lunch at about the 5th, and just about dinner time.
Swing and a miss. Koji making quick work of the Phils in the 13th. (4-4) Phillies Cubs. There's a couple of catchers have a conversation. Montero tied the game with an 8th inning home run. Mora takes a strike.
Which is a little bit outside. It's been a long day for the umpires. Dan Bellino, he's had to call a lot of pitches.
Line left field and down. Almora racing into second. He's safe. Excellent base running by Almora.
Absolutely. Push, push, push. This stage of the ball game, get an opportunity to take an extra base, go for it. Hooking, sinking line drive to left.
That's Kelly now in left. He and Altair have switched spots, and a little bobble by Kelly. And Almora in easily. Baez, we know he can bunt. We'll see what Joe decides here. Not showing. Bounce back to the pitcher. Almora's going to hold. 1 out. Zobrist, 1 for 2. He'll be intentionally walked. Matt Caesar.
Sets up a potential double play, and I think Buchanan likes the idea of trying to get Caesar Hayward versus Zobrist Caesar. He has memories of the World Series heroics, and Zobrist says, I don't want any part of that here.
Out of play to right. Full afternoon here at Wrigley Field. Started at 1:20. Not too far away from 6 o'clock. 4-4 tie, 13th. Ground ball, second base. Hernandez for 1 at second, and that's it. Ball gets away. Almora scores. Cubs win. Cubs win. 5-4 the final.
Everybody's running around trying to figure out who to pile on. What a crazy way for this ball game to end, but perhaps a fitting way for this ball game to end.
So the Cubs win it 5-4. You commented on Freddie Galvis and his throwing in this series, and another bad one.
Yeah, a bad one and an ill-advised one. They're not going to get that double play there. He should have ate that ball. Just trying to be heroic, and that's what happens sometimes. You try to be a hero, you turn into a zero. I'm sure he would tell you, man, I'm just desperate to make a play in the 13th inning of a long ball game.
A ball game that is now over as the Cubs beat the Phillies in 13, 5-4, and we'll be right back.